off a video and here I am on my phone, which is so
So-
convenient.
I know, right? I'm one of those that I'm like, oh, my wonderful, perfect interns whom I love so much. I'm like, can you sit through this public hearing for me and take notes until my meeting is over?
Which is nice.
You know,
I
and
think-
we used to do it in the building. Why
I
not
know.
over
I know.
Zoom?
I know.
But it's more fun for the interns in the building. Then they get to be there and see the action. I feel bad that they're not.
I didn't do any, I was like, what am I going to do with them? Because they're, what do you do? You're not up there. And
Oh, I
lot of
have a
people
whole
do.
list.
Do you really?
Yeah, but you know what? Like, I mean, as the chair of the committee, I've got 50 bills.
And
So I
reading.
prioritize. I got a lot of research. They do research for me. And they're good.
Yeah.
I just want to point out we are recording and on YouTube. So
I'm
as
happy to say my interns are awesome live on YouTube,
Exactly.
right? But none of them are watching this because they're in other committee meetings.
It's not 11:30 yet.
It's not 11:30, 11:29. We're not going to go. We'll give it a couple minutes for everybody to get on board. I think it might be fun for people to watch us on YouTube and just see like
That we're human.
that we're
real
human.
people.
We're real people.
And that
Yep.
we all really do get along regardless of our political beliefs. Because a lot of people think we don't.
I know and I try to explain that to people, but they have this idea, and I have found that some people, when they find out that we actually do get along, they're really rather disappointed. I'm like, sorry.
I was thinking of you this morning, Rob, when I dropped my daughter off at daycare because it was like meltdown central. And I was like, I bet you've been having a great day so far. It was crazy.
I found that when we opened, we were closed for 3 months. And I found when we opened up again, we have in my location that I'm in right now, I have about 90 kids. And I thought for sure the kids would have meltdowns. They would just nothing. They were so thirsty. And we had started our camp program up as well back in July. And the school age kids were just unbelievably hungry to be around other kids, which I was shocked because camp usually takes 2 or 3 weeks to really like coexist together. The first week it had been like we were together for months.
Oh, kids
which is
need
nice.
it.
Buddies.
They do.
Yeah.
They really do. And right now we're setting up our camp program right now for the summer. And we already have 50 kids. I mean, their parents are trying to sign up left and right.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you as a business and happy for the kids. Right?
It's mostly parents are like, oh my God, they need to get out. We need something for them to do.
And also thank you for the reminder because I've been so busy. I haven't decided what camp my kids are going to. I should really get on that before they all fill out.
Actually, what do you have? Camp Sloan around you or something?
Sloper.
Okay.
Camp Sloper is awesome. They were just
Sloper,
there this
yeah.
past weekend. Yep.
Both my nieces were camp counselors there.
Oh, really? It's
Yep.
the best. I love all the Ys. And the slide is so big. My kids call it Slidezilla. It's awesome. I don't know. Anyway. How are we looking with members?
About half
mean,
the committee.
About half? Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we just give it till about 11:35? Representative Dauphinais is here as the Republican ranking member. If you want to text anyone, I think you're just missing.
Hi, Liz.
Hi. I think we're just missing Senator Martin on your side. Yeah.
And he might not be on. He's got other meetings. He already let me know that. So
Okay.
I wait for him. Let's put it that way.
Okay, cool. So we will just give our side another couple minutes and then we'll begin. Now, just as a reminder, for those of you who have been on my committee before, on the last day, we usually kind of, we thank everyone and give out superlatives. I used to give out chocolates. We don't have chocolates today because we're on Zoom. So I apologize for the lack of chocolates for my committee members. That's the real pit of the Zoom thing. It's not being able to give out chocolates to everyone. For those of you watching on YouTube, we will convene the meeting in just a few minutes. We are giving a little bit of buffer for some of our members to arrive because there are numerous meetings going on at the same time, as often happens in the legislature. Okay, so since we haven't had any movement in the last minute, we're just going to go ahead. I would like to convene the meeting of the Committee on Children. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2021. We are live on Zoom and on YouTube. Welcome to everyone. Thank you so much for being here. This is our final JF meeting, which for those of you who don't speak our lingo, that means that this is the final committee meeting where we're sending out bills for final action. Welcome everyone. Senator Anwar, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to first, because it's our final JF meeting, I wanted to thank you for your leadership and your knowledge on the in-depth knowledge and understanding on each and every part that I would need help with and your availability. So it's been a blessing to work with you, and your passion, compassion, and knowledge is infectious. So I wanted to thank you for your leadership. I also want to thank our vice chairs, Representative Wielander and Senator Dennis Bradley for their work. And I also wanted to thank our ranking members, Senator Henry Martin and Representative Ann Dauphine. This is a committee where it's a good working relationship and respectful relationship. I truly enjoyed that, and all the members have been amazing. And wanted to thank our administrator, Peter Muszewski, for his work and diligence and organization skill. Our OLR team, Jessica Callahan and Michelle Kirby, and our LCO, fearless LCOs, Sarah O'Connor and Noreen Hashmi, who have been working. I hope you don't have a carpal tunnel because of the amount of work you put on you, and in our OFA, Rachel Della Pietra as well, for the work that you're doing. It's been a great experience. I'm looking forward to an efficient meeting, and then hopefully more work in other committees that we can focus on. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. And you took a lot of the words right out of my mouth. I will say that having you as my co-chair this year has been an absolute blessing. I am so fortunate to have you and your expertise and your passion alongside me. And we do have some new vice chairs as well. Representative Wielander, I wanted to take a moment to say thank you so very much for your work. You have done an absolute amazing job. And Senator Bradley isn't here yet, but I'm going to say the same to you. And a real quick shout out to my friend, Representative Ann Dauphine, as my ranking member. And I have to say, you have been an absolute pleasure. And I think that your input has really made these bills stronger. And I appreciate you. And I just wanted you to know that, because we were just talking earlier that people might not realize that we can actually get along. And I think that you've helped us show that we can disagree on policy without being disagreeable. And I just want to publicly say thank you, and thank you for your passion and your commitment. So thank you so much, Rep. Dauphine. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank everybody for the entire duration of these committee meetings. I've thoroughly enjoyed them, and I appreciate the opportunity always to agree to disagree and to talk through the issues that any of us might have, so that we can hear all sides and come to some kind of conclusion, even though they may be different conclusions. But I appreciate everybody and the staff, so thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And so I'm just going to name a couple more names. First of all, I am going to have to reiterate what Senator Anwar said about Sarah O'Connor and Noreen Hashmi. Thank you so much. You guys get 20 gold stars because you have to put up with us and the work that you do, especially far away. I mean, it's easier when we're all in a room and hashing it out, and that's been impossible this session. So you guys have pulled off the amazing. And thank you so very much. You guys know from the bottom of my heart how much I appreciate you. But we also cannot forget our policy people. Adam Johnson from House Republicans, thank you very much. Sean Cleary from Senate Republicans. I don't know if you're ever going to show your face, sir, but you know you're one of my favorites. Thank you so very, very, very much. Adam Scavera, you're amazing, and you've been my go-to for years, and the fact that you're now policy on this committee makes me thrilled, beyond thrilled. Julia Anderson, thank you so much. Let's not forget Jelmar Dos Dios. Jelmar, honestly, I think has one of the hardest jobs in this committee, and that's interrupting people to remind them that the 3 minutes is up. You've been amazing. And as every year, I'm going to have to say the 20,000 gold stars goes to our clerk, Peter Majewski, who's also had to put up with me as my aide. I would not be here without him because he's my right hand and the guy I lean on, and he's fantastic. So thank you very much, Peter. And with that, I think we can now begin the meeting. Of course, I have to do the housekeeping. And that is that meetings will be conducted at a slower pace to accommodate the quality of the live stream and to preserve the integrity of the vote. All participants will be muted until required to speak. Members must raise their virtual hand to signify a desire to speak and wait to be recognized. To do so, please open the participant pane and click raise hand at the bottom of the panel. For roll call votes, committee staff will visually authenticate the voter. Members are requested to state their name and their vote. Please note that because these bills are final action, all bills will be a roll call vote. The use of emoticons, as in the clapping hands and thumbs up, is not allowed. The use of chat, either public or private, is not allowed, and all chat records are saved by default and therefore could be subject to FOIA requests. Votes today, because we have a lot of meetings going on simultaneously, votes today will be held open until 5 p.m. or until all members have voted, whichever comes first. We do ask our ranking members and our vice chairs to contact your members who have not voted, because if we can get it done before 5 o'clock, that's the best thing for our staff. And with that, I think we can begin. Are there any statements before we move on to Roman number 3? Okay, seeing none, let's go for it. Let's start with number 1, which is Senate Bill 2, an act concerning social equity and the health, safety, and education of children, LCO 5398. It is a JFS to the floor. Can I have a motion?
So move.
And a second?
Second.
This has been moved and seconded. Senator Anwar, can you take a moment to explain the bill, please?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Actually, this bill is what we would call an aircraft carrier. Many of the bills that you will see are actually already have gone through the committee and they have already been JF'd. So while the bill looks like it's a big, huge 38-page bill, but it's actually, if you look at it, most of those things have already passed our committee. We are just putting it all together. So we would have one aircraft carrier for efficiency within the Senate. Because of the Zoom world we live in, we will have things a little better organized way, and that's part of the purpose. So think of that as the overarching principle. There's a part about the suicide prevention related work that has already gone through this committee, and then I want you to be aware of that, and I want to congratulate the committee for their wisdom to be able to move that forward. There is a bill on the lunch debt related that's already gone through as well, and one of the final parts of the bill over here is about the adverse childhood experiences. That is also part of one of our bill, which is number 4 on the agenda. So that's actually included in this one, and if you want to have conversation on that right here, that would be fine too. There are some new things that are there, which include some parts of the virtual learning, mental health wellness day, and also DCF rules during pandemic, and warm text line that we're talking about, and some parts of consider removal meetings that we have talked about. This bill has improved quite a bit. The reason of improvement was that we had very valuable public hearing where some of the experts looked at how this could be better, and they gave us a good amount of insight, and that actually has resulted in us moving in a JFS. And the bill that I think we're looking at is LCO number 5398. And with that, I will stop, and I would love to answer some specific questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Anwar. Representative Joffinese.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Anwar, for that overview. You did bring up some of the things that I was going to mention, which, first of all, let me just put it out there. I do not like aircraft carriers. They are loaded with, if you will, multiple bills, like you just mentioned. And if someone should disagree with one or two of them, you have to pick whether you say yes or no. And I find that sometimes just very complicated and difficult to explain, in particular to constituents who want to know why you didn't support one thing over the other. So I'm not a fan, just like I'm not a fan of the dummy bills, but I think everybody who knows me knows that, and mandates, I'll add that in. But I just wanted to start, I know that you mentioned that SB 36, HB 611, and HB 5698 are all included in this bill, and we've already passed them. What I was going to note that, but since you mentioned it, I guess I'll move on to the fact that which included changes to those bills. So the first one I'd start off with was with regard to the visits that you don't need parental notification, and that were limited to 6 prior, and now they're up to 12 mental health visits, and with the caveat that they may continue without parental notification. So that's a huge piece that was added in, that on the earlier bill, I had concerns about the 6 visits, and they were, if you will, alleviated to me or substantiated, saying that there were only 6. And now we have moved, which is always my concern about the expansion of, if you will, something that's existing into something much larger. Can you speak to that, please?
Senator
Yes,
Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Actually, Representative Dauphinée, I agree with you on the craft as well, for the same reason you're saying it. If we were not in the current Zoom world, I would probably look at this as a different strategy, but because of the Zoom world and the challenges associated with it, I think that's why we are doing it as a way to survive and get some of the good work done. The part about the parental information, that actually is existing law, but if I will bring your attention to page 12 on line 344, this actually does have some changes which actually improves the existing law. So this should actually give us some satisfaction on the notification of parent and guardian on treatment. So that actually is inclusive on page 12 at 344. I think there is a little improvement, because in the previous existing law, there was not much of that wording available. So we are improving that part of the requirements. And the number of visits were because some of these challenges are more complex in children, and it may take more than 6 visits, as many of psychologists and psychiatrists have recommended.
Representative Dauphinais.
Thank you, Senator. And my question is, you've mentioned that it's improved, and I still don't see the improvement here. Could you be more specific about how you see that improved?
Senator
Sure.
Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will go to from 344. A provider may notify a parent or guardian of treatment provided pursuant to this section, or disclose certain information concerning such treatment without the consent of the minor who receives such treatment provided. So I think if the concern that you had raised was that the minor would be treated without parent consent. Now this bill is saying that the parents will be informed without the minor's consent under certain safety concerns and protection concerns.
Rep. Dauphinais.
Thank you for that, Senator Anwar. So you're saying that prior to the parent would have only been notified if the child said that was okay with the 6 visits? Because that's not how I understand the previous bill. I understood it that the parental notification would happen at the 6 week, or I'm sorry, the 6 visits, excuse me.
Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you bring your attention to page 11, line number 325, and 326 and on, which is about after 6th session of outpatient mental health treatment provided to a minor pursuant to the section, the provider of such treatment shall notify the minor that the consent, notification, or involvement of a parent is required to continue treatment. So that's something that was post the 6th one. we are clarifying that we have the option that if there is going to be a safety issue, a well-being issue, that the notification would be provided to the parent.
Thank you, Senator. So what you're saying is that the provider gets to decide, not the parent, and the parent up until that point and even beyond may have no input into that whole process, depending on what the provider sees as necessary.
And sorry,
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
through you, Madam Chair.
Oh,
What I would say is that, look, I was not there when the initial bill was drafted, but I completely understand the understanding of that bill. Some of the times the minors may have many issues could be related to the parents or abuse of the parent by the parents, and a situation where they are unable to have the parents be involved, and sometimes there is individuals with LGBTQ issues, which historically have been challenging with some parents. They have resulted in suicide risk in our children, in our school systems. And then we wanted to make sure, I was not there when the bill was drafted, but should I have been there, I would have said the same thing what is said in the existing bill, is that if we were to involve the parents in that process, the children may not get the support and help, and we would have lost precious lives. So I think that's the wisdom, and we want to protect those precious lives, but at the same time have a safe net in place. Said, should there be circumstances where the per individual providing the treatment would be able to make a judgment based on certain criteria that we have outlined and clarified. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair.
Representative Dawson-Ace.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Armour, thank you for that description. I guess it leads me to the conclusion that I do understand that there are some particular cases where there would be concerns, but I know that there's several parents that have reached out to me and believe that their parental ability to, if you will, I don't want to use the word control, but make decisions on the treatment and more treatment, and if they're being treated, is left up to a provider and not the parent, is concerning. And I'll just leave it at that. I know I've expressed that prior to, and I'm particularly concerned with the fact that this bill expands those 6 visits to 12 and then possibly unlimited without any parental notification. And then I wanted to just briefly talk about the survey, which you included in your description of 5698. Initially, I believe that had one additional question added to a survey that was already in place. And now we've added a whole entire new survey, of which I don't think the questions were defined here. And it looks like the survey was expanded even within the age group from 9 to 12 and now as early as 4 to 12. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, can I clarify, you're talking about the Adverse Childhood Experience Survey?
Yes.
Okay. So through you, Madam Chair, Representative Dauphine, what had happened was in the testimony that we had received, there were a lot of different information that we had received, and subsequently after that, we had more in-depth conversation with the Board of Education, with CFL, and looked at the practicality and the recommendations that were brought by many organizations that are dealing with children in this age group. We also had testimony previously about the high-risk situation from the healthcare systems about the children and the specific group of children where the challenges had been managed much seriously. So we actually put all of that together and looked at the feasibility of what was the best way forward. And after detailed conversation, it came down to doing a pilot study rather than a statewide study. There was a cost issue, a logistical challenge issue, but also recognizing that the existing surveys that we have they were never planned with a pandemic in mind. And now that in the midst of a pandemic, those existing systems can be improved, and then we want the State Board of Education to be involved in improving those surveys and then creating a pilot. So we are in a better place. And the pilots we are hoping would be in inner city areas, but also in rural areas and other communities which are between both. So that's how we have come down to looking at it and simplifying it as a pilot study because of the logistical challenges around it, the financial challenges around it, the cost around it, but also the fact that we need to do a pilot before we implement it across the state. So hopefully that will answer. And I know Representative Lander was involved in that whole process, and I think she wants to weigh in as well.
Representative Dauphiné.
So,
Is it okay if I go to Rep. Welander to answer your question?
sure.
You're amenable to that? Representative Welander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to build upon what Senator Anwar was saying, and specifically regarding Representative Dauphiné's question about the age group, the expansion. One of the reasons why we looked at that was based on the mental health intake survey that the Children's Hospital in Hartford is now doing regularly with all of their children, and they start at age 10, which is about grade 4. So that's why we wanted to try to make that data in line as much as possible, considering that we also recognize that children are having traumatic experiences and are looking at suicidal ideation even younger than 10. But we thought that that would be a reasonable age to start having the child be able to participate in this assessment. And again, to build upon the idea of the independent pilot study, I would like to just thank the State Department of Education and DCF for the time that they spent. It was an extended meeting that we had going through all of the different options, looking at how can we capture this very important information. And there wasn't, unfortunately, a study appropriate that we could just add an additional question to. That would have been the ideal situation. But we wanted to make sure that we were addressing the specific pandemic related questions, potential additional questions about making sure, insecurity for our children and their families, but also not getting into any territory where we may have some privacy issues that we knew were brought up. So we wanted to make sure that we had an independent study that could keep all of the collected information completely de-identified. So there was privacy concerns at the very foremost of that. And then be able to address the specific questions so that our school districts have this information as we move forward to what resources really need to be put in to address what their children have been facing. And I'm happy to expand on any other questions that Rep. Dauphiné or anyone else has on this matter.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Representative Welander, and thank you, Madam Chair. I just some comments on that particular issue where, while I thank you for your answers, there was a big change to that, and that was not discussed. We may have heard further testimony with regard to that. We did not have that opportunity. There was also discussion and testimony about re-traumatizing these individuals and children, and now we're talking about even going as young as 4th grade. I do know that the Connecticut Association of Superintendents were not supportive of the bill and had a concern about cost. So I think there's a lot of things here that we kind of are kind of remiss in really giving attention to. But I'll move on to, I know there was we talked about adding additional days or I don't know if it was additional days. We talked about mental health days. I know I'm trying to understand, is this added to the current amount of sick days, or will this be a day that you would take instead of saying you were sick, you would be saying you were taking a mental health day?
Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would be in addition to, and in this case, you do not need a note from a doctor.
So you're saying that now a child would now have as many as, I believe it will be already allowed, let me see, days are currently, how many sick days are currently allowed? Maybe you can answer me that.
Through you, Madam Chair, the current sick days, I do not know that, but for the mental health wellness days, there are 4 that we are requesting.
I believe it's 10, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 10 sick days are allowed at the moment. So now we're going to be allowing 14 total days for a student to miss school. Is that what this bill will allow?
Representative Anwar. I'm sorry, Senator Anwar. Demoted.
I would just say that this bill is looking at the 4 days for mental health wellness days, and if you talk to the parents and people who would benefit from this, they would wholeheartedly agree with that.
So, okay, thank you for that. I know oftentimes in the workplace we have PTO days. So what they do is they are called PTO days, and they include vacation and sick days. So this is going to add an additional 4 days to what already exists as 10 days a child would miss in the event of an illness. So not to replace any sick days, but add to them. And could you just confirm that that is the case?
I will just ask my LCO just to be sure about that, because the bill doesn't say it in addition the wording. So if maybe I think Sarah or Noreen, if you can weigh in.
Rep. Daphne, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
I'm just trying to understand. I think if I'm correct, there's 10 days that a child is allowed to miss school for sickness. And now this bill would allow an additional 4 days. So the total days would be now 14. Am I correct in how?
The days that a student takes for a mental health wellness day wouldn't count toward the sick days. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Senator Anwar. I don't want to go on and belabor much of this. I have pages of questions, but just for the purposes of summary, I would just say that this is a big, monstrous, what we call aircraft carrier or omnibus bill. I think it's loaded with different concepts. And for those of us who, while we may be, again, supportive of some, we may not be supportive of others. And I will be a no today. And I think there's still a lot of unanswered, missing questions with regard to this bill as well. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Representative. We appreciate your questions, and you did say that you have pages of questions. Those are things that we'd still like to talk about, even if they're not in the meeting. So I welcome that conversation as we move forward. I have a question for Senator Anwar. Senator Anwar, would you be committed to continuing the conversation as we move this bill out of committee and forward to calling it on the floor of the Senate? Would you be amenable to continuing to have that conversation?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think this bill is a complex bill, like we have stated, and there may be still opportunities for improvement. Look, it's not about me. It's not about you, Representative Linehan. It's about doing the right thing. And if there's areas of opportunity, we definitely would be willing to see if there could be amendments that would be made. End of the day, we want to make sure our children are safe and well and protected during this pandemic, post-pandemic.
Thank you very much, Senator. And thank you also for proving for the public why I'm so thrilled to have you as my co-chair. You're just really fantastic. Representative Lanoue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we begin, I just want to echo also thank you and Chairman Anwar, Ranking Member Daphne, and Ranking Member Martin, and everybody in the committee. It's been truly has been a pleasure to serve on the committee. Though we didn't agree on every issue, and I think some of them are here today, and I'll get into that in a bit, but I do want to echo the comments of I really enjoyed my first year on this committee. So
thank you, sir.
So with that said, I would like to just make a few comments on this bill. I think Representative Daphne did an exceptional job articulating a lot of the arguments, and I don't want to be completely redundant, but I think she outlined it very nicely. I too have an issue with aircraft carrier bills. I think with the aircraft carriers, a lot of times they can be transporting a few yachts, which are really good looking bills, stuff we would look to all get behind. Unfortunately, they're also throwing some Titanics on there. So it really puts a lot of us in a very tough position. So that is, I certainly echo that concern. And I really do have a concern with the mandates on the local board of school boards and the local schools, particularly in the wake of COVID and everything they've been going through. I think there's several points that I'm troubled by, particularly the virtual conferences between parents and teachers, the social to teaching requirement of the teaching of social and emotional learning, and adding the 4 additional mental health days, going from, I believe it's 10 to 14 now. So I think it could put more peers, more children further behind their peers in school. And the schools are going to have a very tough, they're going to really have their work cut out for them to figure out how do we keep these kids caught up with the rest of their peers, other children. So I think we have to, that can add a substantial financial burden to the districts. I think we need to know what that is before we move forward. And certainly on the piece with allowing minors to seek really an unlimited amount of mental health treatment without parental notification or consent is very troubling. I think the most important person in any child's life are their parents, and to exclude them from this process is very troublesome to me. I do recognize where there may be exceptions due to safety or danger of the child, and it can be certain, you'd certainly put certain checks in place, a judicial override, for example. But I think to essentially give some type of a mental health professional, they can just talk to a kid unlimited amount of times without me knowing that as a parent. I do find troublesome. So for those reasons, among some others, I am going to vote no today, but I appreciate the dialogue, and but I will be a no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Lanoue. And I'll take a liberty here as the chairwoman. I want to address one of your concerns when you're talking about, and I know Rep. Daphne had this concern too, talking about the consent or notification of a parent or guardian regarding mental health treatment for minors. You know, when I read this section, I actually see something a little bit different. The language that was taken out says after the 6th session of outpatient mental health treatment, that's what that the parent would be notified if they're going to continue. That's what is current law. What this says now, it's that a provider may notify a parent or guardian of treatment pursuant to this section or disclose certain information concerning such treatment without the consent of the minor, and then lists them. So while treatment can actually be given without the consent of the parent and numerous sessions, I will say this, that when we're talking about minors, clinicians most often want the involvement of the parents. So I actually think that on one hand, we're saying it can be unlimited if that's necessary. But on the other hand, we're saying that even before those 6 sessions are up, there are provisions here that say why a clinician may contact the parents. I think it's actually a really good balance. As someone who has worked with a lot of child psychologists, a lot of them actually believe, and I hope that you ask around to those that you know, that actually the involvement of the parents and following the treatment plan during a home life is really, really important. So the idea of keeping a parent not in the loop and not be involved is actually a rare one. So what this language would do is, the way I read it, and if LCO wants to correct me, the way I read it as that they can actually contact the parent for a variety of reasons, even before those 6 sessions are up, when before it wasn't. So I think that it's a good balance, and it does help those situations where minors may need mental health without the input of their parents, for those reasons that the good senator mentioned prior, because those are real issues. But it also gives very clear guidance on when a parent should be notified. So I just ask that you read that section again, and I hope that you'll come to the consensus that I did, that this is a really good middle ground that supports the mental health of kids and the ability to get help when they need that. So Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted just to, yes, mention that there are confidentiality and minor consent laws that apply to any clinician, whether, no matter the setting, that allow for these 6 visits. But something that came out of a conversation I had about this specific concern over the weekend was that, to my understanding, clinicians cannot be paid until families and parents are notified, because you can't bill. So there are very, very, very few clinicians that will see a patient for an extended period of time, or even have the ability to, because of the financial costs. So that's something that does play into it. And every child psychologist and therapist that I've spoken with absolutely wants to have the involvement of the family, because that is one of the key factors for success, whether it is educational performance or their mental health. So I just want to make sure that when we're talking about this, we're talking about these children who need specialty provisions put aside for absolute moments of crisis. This is not a typical thing, even in a school-based mental health center where they have thousands of students, and the families, the 85% of the families will opt in. The number of students who seek treatment without parental notification is a handful. It's not, and usually it's an oversight. So this is, again, just making sure that we have a place and put aside for our children who are in crisis. So when we're looking at it, and I do think it does provide more opportunity for a conversation between the clinician and the family members. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome, Representative. And Representative Dauphinais for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your comments. And I will just wanted to retrace a little bit here. I know Representative Lanu talked about the mandates, and that was one thing I was remiss in mentioning. That was a concern of mine, but I did want to say that the crux of this whole bill, I know you offered up to get my questions answered, but I think that the structure and the skeleton of this bill is probably not going to change no matter what kind of discussion that we have. And when I say that, we're talking about the parental notification issue that I have, and several others that I've already mentioned, which I think are not negotiable, as I've heard in the past about different things. But the parental notification, I know you felt like that was a middle ground, but that's where I would differ with you. And I also want to remind everybody that when we look for providers, we often go and pick out 2 or 3 or 4 providers. And the provider seeing your child may have a different approach than you may have sought if you were looking for treatment. So while I can appreciate that they're trying to look to their expertise, a parent may not have been aligned with that particular provider. So the provider is still making the call and making the decision over the parents. And I know there was mention of insurance coverage as well. And we're moving into a place, as we speak in Connecticut, where more and more things are added to the list of insurance covering those things without parental permission. That we had a drug last year that was added to that list, if I recall correctly, that a child can seek out, get, and obtain, and the parents' insurance would be obligated to pay. So if that's not occurring now, I don't think we're probably one step away from having that occur. And that's all I wanted to add to that. But again, thank you for your time.
You're very welcome, Representative. Thank you. Representative Foster.
Sorry, it took me a moment to unmute myself. I have a question for Dr. Anwar or Senator Anwar. Sorry. As we have been talking a little bit about Senate Bill 2 and its aircraft carrier status, I want to go back to the concerns that I think Rep. Lanu and Rep. Dauphiné had about the mental health days. Can you explain to me a little bit about how a truancy like hitting a truancy threshold might negatively impact a student, and how I think that there's the idea that this is sort of excessive and can be adverse to a child, but I think that the label of truancy can sometimes have negative consequences for a child who's in good academic standing in school and might necessarily need an extension to their allotted absences to not lose credit. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure.
Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Foster and Dr. Foster. You're right. This is one of the challenges in our school systems. Actually, the Board of Education, you have served on a Board of Education, you're advocating for children as well. You may know, of course, that the Board of Education are very much interested to try and make sure that the children do not get labeled as truancy impacted children who and this is going to protect that from happening. And their grades can be impacted. They will obviously be able to make up for the time they've lost. That opportunity would still be there, but at least they will not be labeled as true. And that's probably be another positive thing about this, and they will be able to maintain their grades. So there is some well thought out rationale for this, besides the fact that if they do not have that mental wellness day off, it's going to have a deep impact on them. Some of these things are going to be life-saving, and I have to recognize Representative Linehan, who has actually been educating people about this across the board, that there is so much need. Look, people, it's luxury not to be able to say no to children, recognizing that you may have not seen children who are deeply impacted in some situations. But when you know that children are hurting and they need help and they need support, this could be a lifesaver. So, and this also doesn't take away from their grades and does not take away from their future opportunities. That's why I value this provisions that we have in this bill. Thank you for a good question, Representative Foster.
Do you mind
Thank
if
you very much, Senator. I'm sorry, excuse me, Representative Foster.
So I'm trying to think of like a scenario where this might be, especially in like the COVID pandemic, we could have a child whose family was impacted by COVID, they missed school, and then they have a tragic loss of a family member. And so then they easily rank up to their number of allotted days off, but perhaps they're an A and B student and their academic standing is excellent. And then the label of truancy might mean that they don't get credit for courses, or they have to go through an appeal. So do you view this as something that sort of promotes equity and allows students to deal with like the very tragic and unfortunate situations that some students are finding themselves in, perhaps more so now in the COVID pandemic, but those things were certainly always happening before? Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Representative Foster. Again, so we have 7,500 people who have died this in the last 1 year. And these are COVID-related deaths, not COVID deaths, COVID-related deaths in many ways. And when you actually see that, attach those children that are associated with the 7,500 lives, there are children, grandchildren that are involved. We have a significantly high number of people are impacted right now. And if you also look at the number of unemployed since 1930, we have not seen the level of unemployment in our state that we are seeing right now. Each one of those unemployed, there's a pretty good chance that they may have children in their homes that are going to be impacted. So the level of anxiety, trauma, and the challenges that they have are very significant. And to indirectly suggest that those children are not smart or they don't deserve to time off is not fair, because I'm not living in their lives right now, but I do know that they are suffering. And those children have every opportunity, every need to pursue their academic careers the way they have been able to, and this would allow them to be able to achieve that goal. So thank you for that question too.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Are there any other questions? Being none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Linehan,
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Bradley,
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Representative Dauphinais,
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Martin, Representative Boyd, Representative Comey, Representative Foster,
Representative Foster votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, Representative Green,
Representative Green votes no.
Representative Lanu,
Representative Lanu votes no.
Senator Cohen, Senator Moore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a reminder, votes are open until 5 p.m.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't get off mute fast enough, but Senator Cohen votes yes, Peter.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 2, House Bill 6567, an act concerning children's safety, a JF to the floor. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll
So
make the
moved.
motion. I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much, Senator and Senator. Any discussion? This again is a shell bill. And is there any discussion, Representative Dauphiné?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to make notation that I, for the most part, do not support shell bills or dummy bills. And as you'll see, and we discuss the next bill for topic of discussion, it has already been filled with a bill that we never had a hearing on. And that these are some of my concerns when we pass these sorts of bills. But thank you, and I will be a no.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Representative Linehan,
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Bradley,
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Representative Dauphinais,
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Martin, Representative Boyd, Representative Comey, Representative Foster,
Representative Foster votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, Representative Green,
Representative Green votes no.
Representative Lanu,
Representative Lanu votes no.
Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Senator Moore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a broken record, I will remind everyone that once again, votes are open until 5. Moving on to item number 3, Senate Bill number 985, LCO 5322, an act concerning children's health. May I have a motion, please?
So move.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. The bill has been moved and seconded. I'll give a brief description. This is a bill. It's actually, yes, you're right, Representative Dauphinais. We did take a shell bill and we put language in there, language that was developed back in 2019. I think it was 2019. My years are getting messed up. It might have been 2020. That essentially is an answer to what the problems are with what we believe to be an outright ban on flavors. And considering that there was some concern in other committees regarding flavor bans, this bill is an attempt to find a middle ground on that. And essentially what it does is instead of banning vaping flavors for everyone, it instead makes those flavors only available at age-restricted venues, which would be vape shops. they need to, and it could possibly be a liquor store, although it's not specifically said that liquor stores can do that. You still need to have a permit to sell this, right? So it still is the same thing. They need the permit, but what we are doing is attempting to keep it out of young people's hands. And I'll be quite honest with everyone. We need to have further discussion about this, but we are up on a deadline. And so this committee has decided to put this language in that actually it did come up in a public hearing. It was mentioned in public hearings on health, in the health committee. It was mentioned during a committee meeting in public health, and it was mentioned here in our committee back in, like I said, 2020. So I recognize that it is not the usual way we do things here in this committee, but we are attempting to make sure that ultimately what happens, that we are keeping these out of the hands of children, which is what we are committed to doing here on the Committee of Children, is making sure that they are safe here in the state of Connecticut. With that said, Senator Anwar, would you like to comment a bit on this before we go to Rep. Dauphinaise?
Yes, Madam Chair. Again, this is actually just streamlining the places where the individuals who are allowed to use some of these products. They would be able to streamline in that direction rather than being randomly going to various places. So that's one vision of this. Again, I start with a bias. I don't think any of these products should be legal at all because they are known to cause harm at any and every age. But that's beyond the scope of our committee right now to address that part. But at least I can say is that this is going to save lives, and this gives us an opportunity to address that and protect from some of those situations. Now, this is not. This is a completely different bill that we recently heard from in one of the other committees, in the Public Health Committee. We've addressed similar bills, but this is a different bill altogether. It's just finding and having a protection for the children, and also taking them to the place where they are going to be more controlled and protective for the restriction. So that's a challenge that we have seen and we've heard from people. And I think that was the reason, recognizing that the age protection and the laws that are already in the book are not being followed, we are sent to the place where the laws will be followed.
Thank you very much, Senator. You said it way better than I did. Representative Dauphinaise.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Anwar. I just will remind everyone that this bill did not have a public hearing this session. While I appreciate Rep. Linehan's comments about hearing this bill maybe at some point earlier in 2019, I think is what she said, we have not heard it recently. The bill is very similar to what we passed out of public health, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong. The only difference is that the Public Health Committee were banning the sale completely in the state entirely, and you're proposing that this be sold only in places like vape shops and the like that generally check IDs. But I would argue that we have gas stations and other small stores, bodegas, whatever you might like to call them, that do sell cigarettes, and they're already checking IDs, as well as they sell beer and other things that they're checking IDs for. These substances, while we all understand that they're harmful to children and adults for all that matter, I see this as an enforcement problem, not as a problem that we need to ban it across the state for individuals that are 21 and older that would like to purchase these problems. So that's where I see the crux of this problem. And while I appreciate the intent behind the bill, I will not be supporting this. I believe that adults should have the opportunity to purchase legal substances if they so choose. I think it's interesting because I've heard in other committees where we're now talking about legalizing marijuana and selling it in this state. We're banning vape products because they're harmful to children. So I will continue to listen to this discussion. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rep. Dauphinaise. And let me just remind everyone that this is in lieu of an entire ban on flavored vapes. This is simply just to make it accessible only in age-restricted venues. Representative Foster.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to sort of redirect people's attention as we consider voting this out of committee, which again, voting it out of committee doesn't mean that you have to vote for it when it gets to the floor. But I would redirect folks back to the public hearing on the flavored tobacco ban. We heard from a wide variety of folks who expressed a lot of concerns that seem to fall, in my opinion, on partisan lines. And I believe that this gives us a really good opportunity to put forward a bipartisan bill that supports children's health and well-being, while also putting the science about keeping flavored vaping products out of the hands of children. We heard from an expert with her doctorate, Dr. Friedman from the Yale School of Public Health, who shared that there are certain situations where having a vape product accessible to adults can aid in their cessation, and that the second or third hand smoke negative consequences of vape products can be protective to children if they're using vape products instead of combustible tobacco products. That being said, we know full well that children getting hooked on flavored tobacco is not good for their health. And if we can make it more challenging for children to get those products, we save children's lives. When I posted at the public hearing on my social media page, I had numerous parents reach out to me, and then I in turn had conversations with my resident state trooper in town that parents know where children are getting them. And they are not getting them at 21 plus vape shops or tobacco or alcohol stores. They are getting them at gas stations. And if that is what's happening, that there are places that are routinely problematic, sure, yes, I agree that enforcement might be a problem, but having enforcement at a 21 plus venue is more appropriate, easier, and a smaller use of resources than having to do enforcement across the board at a vast majority of places like gas stations and bodegas and corner stores, which children are allowed entrance to. And so having candy sold next to tobacco is a problem. And I think that if we are moving tobacco sale, if we're concerned about tobacco, which I think we all are, I think we all agree that we should be keeping tobacco out of the hands of children. If we're worried about flavored tobacco products, but are also worried about the budgetary impacts of a full out ban, which is something that I heard my colleagues across the aisle being concerned about, I think that that is something reasonable for us to consider the implications for, then this allows the product to continue to be sold. If you're worried about the public health impact of flavored tobacco products, then allowing it to be sold to adults who can use responsibly only in places who serve adults allows those people to use that product as part of a smoking cessation program. I heard many folks who are concerned that this product is in the process for FDA approval because there is some evidence that it supports smoking cessation programs. If that's the case, and you want adults who can use responsibly to still have access, but to protect children, this does that. And this type of law has been effective in keeping alcohol out of the hands of children. And these aren't one-stop shop perfect solutions. It's not going to address the fact that we already have children who are addicted to these products. And I think that that is something that we need to talk about, and we need to figure out how we have youth-specific smoking and vaping cessation programs. And I also think we need to talk about how to ensure that people are using these products responsibly and it's not being transferred into the hands of children. But I do think that this takes a meaningful, positive step rooted in science and addresses some of the economic concerns that my colleagues across the aisle raised during the public hearing during public health. And I think that this gets us to a really good place where children are protected, which I think we can all agree is our goal. And so what I promised to do after this meeting, and I've done this before when I've said this, I'd be happy to share the data out of the 3 states that we have vaping product bans and how they were structured, and then what data we have from down the road implementation. I will also share some of the data that we have on the consequences of vape product in children and how that's different than the benefits of adults who switch from combustibles to vape products. And I think that it would really behoove people, regardless of how you vote today, to understand the science of this policy, which I think an evidence-based policy choice is what we should be all doing all the time, regardless of our party affiliation, regardless of what we feel like is popular in a moment's choice. We should be voting on policy based on what has the best public health and impact on youth. And so I will share all the data that I have that's guiding me in my decision making. And if people have questions, I'd be happy to talk to people offline, but I will be voting this bill out of committee today because I think that this is what's best for our youth.
Thank you so much, Representative Foster. Your passion is fantastic. And I now have solely elected you as the person to go and talk to every single member of the legislature about this bill and its importance. Thank you so much. Representative Comey.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Linehan. You know, I am torn on this bill. I've got teenagers, and I'm very aware of what the teenage and what's going on out there, and I'm really concerned that that perhaps we'd be better off spending our educational funds, our funds on education and public health, getting information into folks' hands. I am as well concerned that if this starts disappearing, that they're going to be going to their friends and their friends' friends, and it's going to become this sort of black market for trying to find the flavored vape products. I'm torn about it. I am going to look forward to receiving Representative Foster's information on this, because I do want to learn more about it and to be more informed about it. And I just haven't had the time to dig deep into the latest and greatest information on this. But I will support it out of committee, but I'm going to reserve my right to vote against it should it get to the floor of the House. Because I'm wondering if our energy and efforts might be better off spent elsewhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Representative Comey. And absolutely, I think that the approach that you're taking is a sound one. I will say, however, I just want to remind you that out of this committee, we did pass legislation that would limit the amount of vapes that an adult can purchase online, so that we would not have an easier time with a black market, right? So that language actually came from the industry itself to limit the number of cartridges that were available, because they believe that a black market is a concern as well, but we are limiting that. So I think that looking at this bill by itself, we shouldn't be doing that. We should look at it in concert with the other bill that we passed out of this committee regarding online sales of vapes, when we're talking about your particular concern of black market sales. So thank you so much, Representative. I appreciate your time. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak. I just want to say, with this bill and with others dealing with flavored tobacco, dealing with the tobacco industry in general, I've received such a high volume of calls of people encouraging me to vote against this type of legislation. And it really breaks my heart when I don't see the same call and support when we talk about so many of the other critical things that would enhance the lives of young people. It just shows you, and has shown me how strong that lobbying effort is on behalf of that industry. This is an industry that against that industry, we've received one of the largest settlement in the history of the United States of America against tobacco industry, an industry that was proven to target young people, to target African Americans, to find ways to get young people smoking at a younger age, to find ways to bring cartoons and flavor tobacco and things of that nature. And they won a multi-billion-dollar settlement against this industry. And to this day, it's still up for debate as to what their intentions are, which is clear, a very nefarious intent. So I give a lot of kudos to the leadership of this committee, to Representative Foster for the work that she's done to bring this to the forefront. But it's a sad, sad day when we make money off of children in this day and age, in the 21st century. And I think that the debate has been made clear through our court systems and everywhere else what the intention is of the tobacco industry when it comes to profit as opposed to health and well-being of young people. As a bleeding American, I do believe as adults we can make decisions for ourselves, but when the industry specifically targets a group of people, especially young people, I think it's incumbent upon us to protect them. So I give a lot of kudos and praise to the leadership of this committee and to Representative Foster for the work she's done.
Thank you so much, Senator. And I really appreciate your comments, because I think exactly what you said is why we're here, is that we want to protect children while also allowing adults to make the proper decision. And I think that this bill does that perfectly. Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, as a member of the committee that is new to the committee in the legislature this year, I am looking forward to learning more about this issue that was discussed previously in previous sessions, excuse me, and speaking with Rep. Foster about this more. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Wieslander. Seeing no further discussion or questions? Nope. Then Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Representative Linehan,
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Wieslander,
Representative Wieslander votes yes.
Senator Bradley, Representative Dauphinais,
Rep. Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Martin, Representative Boyd, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Foster,
Representative Foster votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, Representative Green,
Representative Green votes no.
Representative Lanu,
Representative Lanu votes no.
Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Senator Moore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to, reminder, votes open until 5 or until everyone has voted. Moving on to item number 4, House Bill 5698, an act concerning the collection and reporting of adverse childhood experiences data, LCO number 5321, JFS to the floor. May I have a motion?
So move.
May I have a second, please?
Seconded.
Thank you, Representative Wieslander. I'd like to pass this over to Representative Wieslander to explain the bill for a moment, if you will.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
you.
I'd like to thank everyone who has been helping with this. This has definitely been a collaborative effort, and I'm honored to speak on behalf of it. Especially I'd like to thank Senator Anwar for his support and his help on this, this important topic. And we spoke about it briefly beforehand when discussing SB2, but what we're hoping to do by this, this study, this pilot program, would be to try and get a better, bigger picture idea of what our children have been dealing with over specifically regarding the pandemic. And so we can get as much of a clear picture idea as to the adverse childhood experiences and actions of trauma that they may have experienced during this time, this incredibly challenging time, so that our school districts can be better prepared to serve those challenges and provide the necessary resources. So that is the underlying concern. I'm happy to speak to any of these specifics, but the basic idea is an independent study created in working with the DCF and the State Board of Education to create these questions that would identify these experiences and do it in a way that protects their privacy and also, again, allows us to understand what we're facing right now in the mental health crisis and challenges that our state and our country are facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Fantastic job. Representative Dauphinais.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rep. Wieslander, for that explanation. And as I mentioned earlier with SB2, I do have issues with this survey. I know initially it was supposed to be an added question. Now it's a completely new survey, and it now includes, instead of children from 9 to 12, it includes children from grade 4 to 12. And there was testimony given about re-traumatizing children with these questions. And in addition to the Connecticut Association of the Superintendents were opposed to this for a couple of reasons. One was a cost issue. So thank you for the time, and I will be voting no.
Thank you, Representative. And to Representative Wieland for rebuttal, please.
I just wanted to make sure I readdress these concerns and give a better explanation to make sure everyone who may be listening understands. The goal initially was to absolutely just attach additional questions onto an existing survey, so we weren't putting any added burden on any organization, that especially the education programs, because they are so taxed right now. Unfortunately, there wasn't an appropriate survey that we could use immediately that would allow us to customize the questions to address pandemic-related concerns and also respect and protect the privacy of all of our students and families. And because those were two of our biggest priorities at this point, we wanted to create something that was a standalone and that would protect the privacy of completely de-identifying information and would be the best, most efficient vehicle for what we were trying to choose. In terms of the age groups that we are including, we base that off of the age range where the Children's Hospital in Hartford does an mental intake for their patients, and they start at age 10, and that is about grade 4. So we thought that this would be the best way to make sure that our data aligned along all pathways. You know, when we're looking at different routes to get this information, we want to make sure that we're on the same page as many other people as possible and organizations as possible. And so that was the age range that we decided. And I know that there is a concern about cost. There's always a concern about cost, especially again, when we look at anything that adds to education. That is why we decided not to do a full state, as much as I would have loved to get the biggest and most comprehensive picture as possible. The pilot program, we are going to be trying to get a small cross section that will allow us a peek into what our students and our families are facing. So thank you very much, Representative Daphne, for your concerns. They are valid, and I hope that I've been able to address them to your satisfaction.
Thank you very much, Representative. And quickly, Representative, would you believe that it's a fair statement for me to say that these questions are not developed without the advice of a trauma-informed specialist, so that the re-traumatizing of a child will be negligent, if any?
Yes, thank you. I knew I was missing one point to address, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Madam Chair. Absolutely. These are questions that are not going to be created in a vacuum. They are going to be developed very carefully, making sure that we keep the mental and emotional safety of our children at the forefront when we think about it, because the last thing we want to do is cause any undue trauma or hurt to any of our children who have already faced so many challenges. So thank you very much for bringing up that very big concern. And Madam Chair, thank you for reminding me to address it.
Absolutely, Representative, and thank you for addressing that. And I'm just going to add to that a little bit that this committee 2 years ago passed out legislation that created suicide screening for children as early as 3rd grade. And we did that through the Social Emotional Learning Collaborative. And then through the collaborative, the discussion was that it should be as early as kindergarten. And when we talked about the age appropriate questions, I'm just going to give for example, when you are screening a kindergartner for risk of suicide or mental illness, the actual question that they ask is, how many trusted adults do you have in your life that you can talk to about absolutely anything? And if there's only one, then that actually is a red flag for risk of suicide later in life. So the questions are formulated in an age-appropriate manner. So when we're talking about re-traumatizing children, or we're talking about the concern about the grade level with which we start those questions, please note that these are questions that are developed by people who are well-versed in trauma-informed practice, and that the questions will not do those things that are of concern. And a lot of thought and a lot of data and a lot of trauma-informed practice goes into these. So thank you very much, Representative Welander. I appreciate your work on this bill. Representative Dauphinais.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Welander. Just a couple of comments with regard to what was just mentioned. I just want to remind everybody that when we heard the bill, it's changed since then, and we had no opportunity to testify or comment with regard to the changes, and that would be now having children from grades 4 to 12 versus 9 to 12. And there may have been testimony specific to that, which we didn't get the opportunity to hear. And with regard to the traumatizing, I mean, the same with regard to that, we might have had professionals come in to speak to that. We did not have that opportunity, and as well with the Connecticut Association of Superintendents. So I just wanted to remind everybody that the bill has changed with the new JFS language, and it is quite a bit different. And it is not one question added to a survey, but a full new survey. And I just wanted to remind everybody of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Rep. Dauphinais. And we absolutely always appreciate that commentary, and agreed that it has changed. I just submit to members of this committee that we have public hearings to solicit input from people so that we can change the bills, so that they can be better when we vote them out. So for members of the committee, and for those who are watching, many bills, I don't have an exact percentage, but my guess would be at least 75 to 80% bills that we pass out of the legislature actually do involve changes that were made at the committee level due to testimony that we heard during the public hearing. So this is important to note that it's not a one-off that a bill has changed after a public hearing. This is the reason why we have the public hearing, is to get ideas and information on how best to craft legislation that gets to the intent of the proposed legislation in the first place. So Representative Welander.
Sorry, I just wanted to quickly, I would be remiss if I didn't take the time here to thank the State Department of Education and the DCF team members that met with us and really helped us figure out a way to get this very vital, important information, and their commitment to the overall and general well-being of all of our students and their education and their success in life. And I think we all would have wished that we could have found a very simple answer with an existing survey to attach this to, because it would have simplified things greatly. But be that as it may, we are hoping to find the best path forward. And again, just wanted to thank them for their help and their time in this.
Great, thank you very much. And Representative Welander, I will just sum up your statements as it certainly takes a village, doesn't it? So thank you very much. I appreciate your time on that. And seeing nothing else, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Representative Linehan.
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Welander.
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Representative Dauphinais.
Rep. Dauphinais votes no.
Senator Martin. Representative Boyd. Representative Comey. Representative Foster.
Representative Foster votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg. Representative Green.
Representative Green votes yes.
Representative Lanu.
Representative Lanu votes no.
Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Senator Moore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a broken record, I'll say it again, reminder that votes are open till 5. Thank you, or until the last person votes, whichever comes first. Thank you very much for that. We're moving on to item number 5, Senate Bill 651, an act permitting municipal contributions to the Connecticut Higher Education Trust accounts. It's a JF to the floor. Senator Bradley, oh, I'm sorry. First, may I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. I'll second
And a
it.
second? It's been moved and seconded. Senator Bradley, would you like to take a moment to talk about this bill?
Yeah, briefly. First and foremost, thank you to the leadership again, to our chairs for taking up this issue. All this bill is looking to do is create enabling language to allow municipalities, if they so choose, to start investing in CHED accounts. The thinking and the reasoning for it is in the Bridgeport model, as some senators we were talking about through the screening process of it, the Bridgeport model would hopefully be able to find private funds donated to the Bridgeport Board of Education to then be utilized for these purposes of the CHED accounts. Once money is transferred from private funds to public institutions, that we right now are not able to do to invest in such accounts. So this enabling legislation, which has been given the green light by our treasurer, is to allow municipalities to do that. If one cannot afford to continue to do it, if one decides not to do it, that obviously is fine and okay as well. That is the status quo, if you will. We have also given it, I believe, if I'm not, the chairs can correct me if I'm mistaken, we've also given it an extension in terms of implementation to be able to continue for whatever municipality chooses to invoke this privilege, to be able to work a plan out with the treasurer and his department to make sure that these things are done correctly. For those who are unfamiliar with CHED accounts or 529 plans, these things have been around since the 1940s. They're considered a very traditional ways of investing for college savings, specifically for higher education. You can't use the money in its current model for anything but higher education. And we're not looking to change anything about CHED accounts or 529 plans. And we're not looking to ask for more money from the state of Connecticut or the federal government. This is for people to use existing funds and private funds donated to municipalities so that they can use it for this purpose. And that's why I'm praying and hoping that I can get the support of the members of this committee to get it out of committee. I believe it deserves a more robust discussion on both the floor of the House and Senate because it has the full endorsement of our treasurer. And that's all I have, and I'll entertain any questions if the chair would like me to.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator Bradley, do you mind if I just ask you a few clarifying questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I know the answer to that, but I want to make sure that everybody else, it clarifies for others as well. This is not a mandate on the municipalities.
Correct. Through you, Madam Chair, 100% correct.
Through you, Madam Chair, this does not negatively impact the Board of Education budgets of the municipalities.
Correct. Through you, Madam Chair, is correct.
And this also improves the opportunity for children who have the capacity but do not have the resources to get higher education.
Correct. Through you, Madam Chair, that is absolutely correct. And the intent design, if I could elaborate on that last question a little bit further, Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Anwar, the intended purpose of this is to have people start having a table room conversation of what possibilities exist. When I served on the Board of Education, a lot of times the dropout rate at that time was at 55%, 55% in the year of 2018 when I was on the Board of Ed. So we're not talking about 100 years ago. And when I would talk to a lot of these students who were waiving themselves out of high school because they were of age or had enough consent to be able to do that, and ask them why they were making that decision, they would say, well, what's the point of getting a high school diploma? This is to inspire young people to understand that we don't just say in America, we believe you can be anything you want to be, but we're actually putting our money where our mouth is. And this is just a spark. It's not a forest fire, it's a spark of people understanding what possibility lies out there and that we as a community believe so much in their potential that we are willing to invest this money towards it. Now, the model in which we were looking at in Bridgeport was a model where people would start with a nominal amount, private donations to be able to open up these CHED accounts. We're talking about $25 to start this venture. This money would follow people as CHED accounts do throughout the course of their life. And studies show from the Harvard Education Foundation that I don't know if I forwarded to all members of the committee, but I do have available, that simply by attaining a high school diploma, you have a 70% less likelihood of incarceration, 70%. So the cost savings of making sure that young people, if we're just looking at it simply from the standpoint of we don't really care if kids go to college or what they do with their lives, every individual person does whatever they want, but just a simple cost saving of a society of seeing prison reductions to that amount by simply encouraging and enabling people to say, this is the reason why you should continue to get a high school diploma and hopefully pursue higher education. As many of you know, through the federal government, There's already a lots of money that's available for people who come from low-income homes. So, but a lot of people are unaware of that. So the desire and the intent design is that people develop financial literacy, understand that by this small investment, they can also invest in it too, and to encourage young people to know that we as a community, whatever the Board of Ed or municipality decides to invoke this plan, we as a community actually believe that you have what it takes to be successful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Through you, Madam Chair. And this does not have any negative impact on the state budget.
Absolutely correct.
Okay. And so here is an opportunity for us in LCO 5016, Bill number 651, to give opportunity to young boys and girls in our state and arguably create a model that hopefully will be followed by other municipalities across the state, where there would be no impact on the Board of Education budget, negative impact on the Board of Education budget. It's not a mandate. People can make that choice. It increases the opportunity, does not negatively impact the state budget, and allows the next generation to get that opportunity, and hopefully allows some of the businesses who are flourishing to be able to give back to the community. So it's a win-win-win strategy as far as I look at it, Senator Bradley. So I look forward to supporting this, and I will tell other municipalities to look at this model closely. So thank you for this, bring this bill to us, and it's very exciting and really brilliant thinking. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Anwar. And I also would like to thank the both of you for moving quickly through the through you part of a committee meeting on Zoom. With the delay, it's very difficult. So I appreciate the both of you still sticking to procedure and doing that. Thank you very much. Representative Dauphinais.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Bradley, for your explanation. I have a couple of questions. I think you said that the New Haven had a plan that was called the Promise, or New Haven Promise, and they were able to achieve much of what you're looking to do in Bridgeport, I believe. I just wondered if that were the case, what was the specific need to change statute?
So the New Haven Promise, it's a separate nonprofit agency. So it's not directly through the municipality. The New Haven Promise, it's its own entity. So when they receive donations, they're like any nonprofit that receives donation. So with this particular model, it actually brings in the municipality itself. So it would be the city, in the case of myself representing the city of Bridgeport, it would be the city of Bridgeport Board of Education looking and receiving these funds through whatever donors or whatever contributions that they're able to acquire. So that's the difference here. This is no longer just simply leaving the hands of nonprofits, but allowing the municipality to operate in that sphere.
Thank you for that answer. And I just wanted to highlight that, there were many questions that we asked you earlier on with regard to how the money follows the child. And if the child doesn't use it, where does it go? And I know that you say this is voluntary, but I know many individuals have concern with, we are in difficult times, and COVID has really put a huge economic crunch on many of our municipalities. So for municipalities that may decide to participate and may get into budgetary issues, I guess, how is it that we would preclude the state from perhaps bailing out towns, and this would be included in their bailout in terms of economic rescue, if you will? I know that Senator Anwar said this won't affect towns in any way in terms of being mandated, but it could affect the taxpayers in an involuntary way if there were debt incurred or issues with being able to make payments, or some kind of a bankruptcy issue with any particular town.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Of course, please.
So addressing the first issue of COVID, and you're absolutely right that COVID has created a huge economic strain on almost every single community and throughout the world. And I think that with that strain and with that pandemic, not only is there problems, but also opportunities, right? And one of the opportunities that we have as a legislature is being able to restructure our priorities. What do we value? What do we find important? And when we're looking at such a tight fiscal year, what are the things that are really of ample importance to us? And I think that unequivocally, what has been proven to work time and time again, I can speak for myself, and speaking, I guess, not on behalf of Treasurer Sean Wooden, but knowing his testimony, knowing where he comes from, education has been at the apex of changing societies, of beating back all the things that we talk about when we talk about systemic racism, when we talk about inequalities, when we talk about opportunities. It always comes back to education. So empowering individuals to understand and appreciate and value education. If we can start as a legislature, as a political body, right, to inspire and refocus those type of priorities, I think it'd go a long way in curbing a lot of the things that we find or take issues with. And speaking to the second point of the good representative, I think that luckily throughout our history, and we're one of the oldest states here in the nation, we have never, thank God, ever had a bankruptcy proceeding for a municipality. The one who's come the closest has been Bridgeport, where years past, there was talk of us filing for bankruptcy. Luckily, the state stepped in, there was restructuring that happened. And in that restructuring, we were able to prevent and avoid a bankruptcy of the city of Bridgeport. I think that we've been there and done that in terms of municipalities that are struggling and having hardships and having difficult times. And I think that because there's a model and there's things already implemented in government to how to prevent municipalities from filing bankruptcy, I think that there's already enough safeguards to fear the possibility of this program, particularly that is not mandated, 100% voluntary, and having the assistance of a person of high competence in our treasurer who is going to be working with that municipality. So already state infused or state oversight in terms of how these plans are going to work. I think the likelihood of that much oversight causing a municipality to have to file for bankruptcy because of these things, I think it might be a little bit of a stretch and maybe an unrealistic fear because of the protections that already exist. And we've already kind of gone through that in years past when there was the talk of possible bankruptcy.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Thank you for that explanation and your defense on that issue. I still do have concerns. I just wondered, with why is it that the higher education is not the focus and not the focus on primary and secondary ed? I mean, we obviously have a problem already in the state with that. It seems as though our focus should be more on that. And again, I think this is admirable of you to try to get past. I just think there's a lot of unanswered questions with regard to how this plays out. In addition to municipalities participating in that, I have no problem with private entities putting in money, but I think it gets complex when you add in the municipalities with regard to choosing the children, what you do with the funds if they don't use it, which children get to use it. I think there's a lot of questions. I mean, we could go on and on and on, but specifically, I wondered why the focus wasn't on higher ed was on higher ed and not secondary and primary.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the thinking is this, right? The thinking is we want to get people through preschool all the way through high school to acquire a high school diploma. The desired effect, obviously, is that people go into higher education because I think it's important for people, and not in the sense of like as we traditionally talk about it, well, we want people to find jobs. Finding a job is very important, and obviously sustaining yourself as an individual is very important. But when I view higher education, it's more kind of a Greek, Socrates version of sharpening individuals' ability to critically think and to make determinations and to be a learned person in the world is really what I think, the intent of college is more than anything else. I know that could create arguments in terms of what people actually view it should be used for, but I think that's the desired effect, is to have the citizenry that's educated, that's able to analyze information. And the hope is by talking about what is the next step, right, in your life, we're starting at a young age so that people can actually start paying attention to the fundamentals, right? That we start this program at the kindergarten level, that we start this at the earliest possible level, so that at a very, very young age, families and children are talking about the importance of education. One of the problems that we have here in Bridgeport is, even though we have a dropout rate at 55%, the number of people who graduate, who have an actual diploma, their college readiness, their ability to have a strong math and science and reading and writing skills is very low. And oftentimes when they go and pursue higher education, their first year is a remedial year where they have to go and learn the fundamentals all over again. So one of the desired effects is that that stuff stops happening, that at a younger age, people are really paying attention to those fundamentals, because it becomes that much more difficult when you're a person who's able and you're smart, but you're playing catch up for the kind of the educational gaps that you have in your and what you didn't pay attention into. So that's a desired effect, right? Is we're talking about higher education, but in the process, we're sharpening and honing in those skills at a younger age.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. I do appreciate you bringing this forward. I understand, the benefits you're looking to get out of this. I do still have a lot of concerns about the bill, so I won't be supporting it, but I look forward to continuing the conversation with you going in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Dauphinais. Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Bradley, I just wanted to say I think it's a very admirable goal that we all should be getting behind, that our children, have the best opportunities for succeeding. And I look forward to hopefully seeing more specific language that does, clearly make sure that the municipalities and the state are not held responsible, because you're right, it's not a mandate that if the city decides or town decides to opt in, that there is just specific language that says, this is exactly how it's going to happen, and this is how we're going to make sure that none of the children are left out of this opportunity action, and that it won't have a negative impact on any town or state budget. So thank you for putting it forward, and I look forward to hearing more details and specifics.
Thank you very much, Representative Wieslander. Are there any final questions or comments? Being none, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Representative Linehan.
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Wieslander.
Representative Wieslander votes yes.
Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes yes.
Representative Dauphinais.
Representative Dauphinais votes no.
Senator Martin. Representative Boyd. Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Foster.
Representative Foster votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg. Representative Green.
Representative Green votes no.
Representative Lanu.
Representative Lanu votes no.
Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Senator Moore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, as a reminder, votes are open until 5 o'clock until the last person voted. Moving on to item number 6, House Bill 6507, LCO 4633, an act concerning maternal choice in the event of stillbirth and the removal of delivered placentas from hospitals. Can I have a motion, please?
So move.
And a second?
Seconded.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And moved and seconded. Representative Wieslander, can you please summarize the bill?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This bill was born, sorry, I shouldn't use that terminology. This bill was created bipartisanly to try to address a tragic situation that occurred actually through one of my own constituents, and where the mother was delivered a stillborn child and did not have the time and the opportunity to make the decision that was best for her family, because there wasn't a provision in place that allowed them to have a certain period of time to make that choice and to make sure that they were in the best place mentally and physically. And so we are hoping to help other families avoid this tragedy by providing with a set amount of time between the delivery of a stillborn child and any decision regarding burial, so that the families can make, again, the best choice for them in that moment, and the mother has the time that she needs to process this and move forward within this tragic situation. It also, I should mention that this bill, this new version, the substitute language, does remove the section regarding concerning the placenta and any removal.
Very much, Representative Wieland. I appreciate your work on this legislation. It's a very emotional subject, and I want to thank the committee, every single member of this committee who took the time to really learn about the issue and to do so in a way that was caring and appropriate, and continuing the tradition we have here on the Committee on Children to really looking at these emotional issues through the lens of parents and of course children when applicable, but be able to turn that into good legislation. So thank you to all the members of the committee. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention again, I know Representative Wielander has just mentioned this as well. This bill has nothing about placentas in it. This was changed, and even though the title suggests that, the title actually is changed as well. So we have a new LCO, which is 4633 of 6507. And this is available, the LCO 4633, which is without any placental component of the bill, but I think it just gives a protection to parents in a difficult, challenging situation. So I will be supporting this bill as well. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Wielander, and thank you, Senator Anwar. I do think that we had much discussion, and I think that we all had the same goal in mind. And I believe with us working through this, I'm hopeful that this will make a better situation going forward for women who deliver and are in those same situations. So I will be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And seeing no more questions or concerns, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Representative Linehan.
Representative Lynn votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Wielander.
Representative Wielander votes yes.
Senator Bradley. Representative Dauphiné.
Dauphiné votes yes.
Senator Martin. Representative Boyd. Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Foster.
Representative Foster votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg. Representative Green.
Representative Green votes yes.
Representative Lanu.
Representative Lanu votes yes.
Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Senator Moore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a reminder, votes are held open until 5 o'clock or until the last person has voted, whichever comes first. Moving on to our final bill, which is Senate Bill 871, LCO 5258, an act establishing the Office of the Department of Children and Families Ombudsman. That's a JFS to the floor. Can I please have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. What this bill does, I'll give a very quick summary, is essentially it takes the ombudsman position out of DCF and moves it to its separate entity. And along with that comes the funding for such an office. Senator Anwar. Oh, you're muted, sir.
I had my entire argument made already. No, I was just going to say, should we text Senator Martin, because he's quite articulate about this bill and passionate as well. So I'm sure Representative Dauphinais will do justice too, but if it's okay, I'm just going to try and see if he can join us for a little bit. I know he's in another meeting to help out and be able to advocate, because I know we had a conversation with him and he felt passionate about this. So
Absolutely, that would be wonderful. The more the merrier.
Okay, thank you.
Great. We'll wait for him and see if he can make it. In the meantime, Representative Dauphinais.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Anwar. And he may want to speak on that if he's available. I just will make a few comments. I know we were looking over the JFS language, and I think our original intent was that that money would be transferred from DCF and not be a new line item. So I think as this bill reads, it's a new line item. So I'm thinking that that is going to be his concern and question with how this bill was written. Can you speak to that?
We're going to actually ask Sarah O'Connor, our LCO, to come aboard. Hi.
Hi. I might actually, if it's all right, ask Noreen to help us out because she did draft the more recent.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Sure. I think that that the appropriation to the new office would still need to be in the budget. And as far as reducing it by the same amount from DCF would have to happen from discussions with the Appropriations Committee.
So, Noreen, just to clarify, we can't move the money from one entity to another in our bill. It has to be done when it goes to Appropes.
That's my understanding.
Thank you very much for that explanation. We appreciate that. Representative Dauphinais, does that help you?
Not really. I mean, while I understand what she's saying, I still think the bill should be written with the intent of what we wanted to do, and that would be to move the money from DCF to with that position, and let the appropriations say yes or no. But it kind of implies that we're looking to add a new line item in another position. So that's I know that was Senator Martin's concern. I don't know if Senator Anwar's gotten a hold of him yet, but that was kind of what we discussed yesterday.
Noreen, can you answer that? Is there something that's prohibiting him right that way?
It's generally just the way the budget bill is done. I don't think the money is generally moved from one place to another. A certain amount is given to a specific place, and then the reduction would have to be done in the budget.
Okay. I think what is going to have to happen here is if this bill makes it out of committee, we can seek further clarification. Being the fact that it is the JF deadline, if we hold it, it doesn't go anywhere. I'm happy to hold it if the committee believes that that's the most important thing to do. But that means that nothing would happen this year. So I would suggest to think about that for a second, and let's move over to Senator Cohen to see if to provide some input. Senator Cohen.
I'm sorry I don't have much input in terms of that discussion, but I do have some concerns. We heard from DCF on this bill that they actually had absorbed the Office of Ombudsman into a different department, and that department is responsible for all of the things that the office and ombudsman would be responsible for. And I'm just wondering if the concerns of DCF and the commissioner have been waylaid at all through substitute language here.
So thank you very much for that question. I believe that the department is still against this bill. Essentially, what the department's position was that the Office of Ombudsman is actually, the work is being performed by OCA, the Office of the Child Advocate. They did take their prior ombudsman and they've turned that position into something completely different. So I share in those concerns. I will say that I actually don't see a need for this bill at this time, although I know that members of my committee think differently. This bill is up for a vote because of that. I believe that everybody should have a chance to be heard. I will say that because of those concerns and because I don't feel that any money should have to be transferred from DCF to OCA for a job that's already is being done within their current appropriations. I just don't feel that we should be taking any money away from the Department of Children and Families, especially during a pandemic. So I share your concerns, Senator. I myself will be voting no on this. So I can say that I don't believe that the JFS language actually works towards a positive end for those concerns that both you and I share.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Anybody else?
I believe
Okay.
that Senator Martin was trying to get on. That's what I was just told. Did you hear from him, Senator Anwar?
Mr. Clerk,
no,
can you take a look and see if Senator Martin is in the waiting room?
He is not.
He was trying to get on. He just sent the link and he's trying to get on. So he was in another committee meeting. He will be getting on. If I may, while we're waiting. So the idea of doing this was to actually, you know, make it such that people felt like they were going to speak to somebody completely outside of the organization. And by removing it from DCF, that was the idea, as I understand it. I don't think that I do think that they are different. I think that they're very different, and I think that the goal would be to transfer the money and not make a new position. I think if we're trying to make a new position, it's not going to happen. I guess, you know, we're in limited funds, so I think that's going to be a challenge. But hopefully, Senator Martin will be on, and we can hear from him. Did Senator Anwar say he said he was getting on?
No, so I texted him and then I called him. He didn't pick up. So maybe that's the reason he's probably busy. So
Sean just said
He
he
did
sent
not-
them the link, so I was just kind of.
So we can give it just a minute. I don't want to hold up the final vote because, of course, if I'd love to give Senator Martin an opportunity to speak, but I'm just not clear on how long we should be waiting. So I will say that I'm looking at this. Let me ask a question, actually, of Noreen. Noreen, we are JFSing LCO 5258, correct?
That's right,
Because-
yeah.
Yeah, because LCO 5258, in fact, does move the sum of $250,000 is appropriated to the Office of the Child Advocate from the general fund. So I think what's going to happen is, I see where the confusion is. So if this bill passes, the budget would have to be adjusted to remove that money. And then what we are appropriating in this bill, more money to OCA. Let me be very clear. I think that what OCA does is extremely important. And if I had an open wallet, which we all know we don't, I'd be throwing money at the Office of the Child Advocate. I think that they are absolutely fantastic, but they have proven to be able to do what they're doing now, is acting as ombudsman in this capacity without that extra $250,000. And at this point, I just don't feel comfortable removing, even if this bill does not do that. The idea is that eventually that would be done within appropriations. I'm still not comfortable removing $250,000 from the Department of Children and Families, especially in the midst of an epidemic, and that we have kids that need to be in care. We also have the mental health issues that we're facing. I just don't see the point right now of removing that amount of money. I recognize the concerns of the ombudsman being under a separate entity from the Department of Children and Families, and I absolutely agree with that. that's exactly what's happening now, is that it's happening under the Office of the Child Advocate. Currently in the Department of Children and Families, there is no ombudsman position. The gentleman who was the ombudsman has now been moved to a different position. And what he does is actually very fantastic and important to engaging families and children regarding their time in care. But he is not the ombudsman position. That ombudsman position has not been filled. And the work being done for the ombudsman is actually being done by OCA. And that she had said during her testimony that she does this work and has been doing this work for a long time. So at this point, my reasoning is I just don't see any reason to take any further dollars from the Department of Children and Families.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I think Senator Martin is available.
I see, and I see. We have Representative Foster has had her hand up, but Representative, if you don't mind, I am going to go to Senator Martin and then hear your rebuttal after. Senator Martin, welcome. Would you like to say a few words about this legislation?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think the issue is regarding the transfer of these funds, right, from DCF, who currently has the ombudsman responsibility, and us by submitting this bill and moving it forward, we would be actually taking the DCF ombudsman and placing them under the care and the responsibility of the Office of Child Advocacy. And I am in full agreement that I think that's a good move. However, what I brought up in screening was the importance of transferring the funds from DCF, because those are funds that are designated for the ombudsman in that department. And if we are going to make this move, then the funds that pay for their for that position, along with if there is additional staff, then those funds ought to be transferred from DCF over to the Child Advocacy Office as well.
Thank you very much, Senator. I appreciate your summary of the intent of the legislation. As we've learned from Noreen, our LCO, is that inside the bill language, we actually can't transfer the money, but what we can do is appropriate it to OCA, and then the Appropriations Committee will have to then lessen the line item for DCF through their budget process. So I don't know if that is what you were looking for, or if you are amenable to that. But LCO is saying that is the process that we're supposed to follow. Am I right, Noreen? And did I summarize your position correctly?
Yes, right. This item would have to be put in the budget, and I don't know that they put in sections transferring money from one place to another. It has to be an appropriation section.
I'm sorry, Noreen. So what you're saying is we don't have the authority to, even though we are writing it in statute, for the funds to be transferred over, and we're not doing that in this case. I understand that's not the language, but we're not able to do that. It's not our privy or our responsibility to do that, but that of the Appropriations Committee.
Right. And so if that section were to be put in the budget, you would talk to your counterparts on appropriations to reduce that same amount from the DCF budget.
So if we choose to write it into the legislation and they don't do it, what happens? Does the individual and staff transfer over without the funding?
Yes, the way the bill is drafted, we've said that the Office of the Ombudsman within OCA would be a successor office to the Ombudsman office within DCF. So the staff and everything should transfer over.
But not necessarily the funding for that.
No, that would be a decision for the Appropriations Committee.
So we could transfer it, but the funding would not follow. So what happens that they are now underfunded? Office of Child Advocacy would be therefore underfunded.
That's why this section is in the bill, so that when this goes to appropriations, they would have to include it in the budget. So you're not encountering that problem.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I just wanted to interject because we're talking about this. Can we add an amendment that would be in the language of the bill?
I'm going to turn that to our LCO. Noreen, can you please explain why we can't have that in the language of the bill, if that's indeed the case?
Anything appropriating money has to be put in the budget the way the budget bill is usually done. And there's not sections transferring money from one agency to another. What happens is you can increase the amount of appropriations going to one agency and then reduce it by the same amount reduce the amount of appropriations going to another. Well, we can't in our committee pass a bill requiring the Appropriations Committee to do something, but what we can do is appropriate the amount of money that you thought was necessary for OCA to run this office, make it explicit in the bill that this is this office is a successor office to the office in DCF, and you would talk to your counterparts in the Appropriations Committee to make sure that the change gets done on the DCF side.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the help.
Thank you very much, Noreen. I appreciate that. So it seems to me this is what I think we're going to have to do. If this is important enough to continue the conversation and work on it as we move forward, my suggestion would be to vote yes. If you don't think that it's worth it, given the way it's written, or fundamentally against the bill, I would vote no. The problem is that we are again up against a deadline, and this is our last JF of the session. So I'm going to roll over to Representative Foster real quick.
Oh.
Yes, Senator?
I'm just wondering if we approve this with the understanding that it was going to go to appropriations, right? Because that sounds like that's what's going to have to happen here for them to transfer the money. Then I guess if they reject it, the bill dies. Noreen?
Yes, that's right. It would.
Maybe that's what we ought to do.
That sounds good to me, Senator. Representative Foster.
I just wanted to establish that I think that this warrants further discussion. So I'm comfortable voting it out of committee, but I will not vote for something on the floor that's going to underfund DCF. I just believe that their work is too integral to our community. So I think that the concept and idea is worthwhile for conversation, but I don't feel comfortable with something that's going to shortchange a department whose work is so important.
Thank you very much, Representative Foster. Representative Dauphinais.
Can I offer an amendment to reduce the DCF budget by $250,000 and increase OCA by $250,000?
Representative, I believe we've heard from Noreen that is not in our purview. Is that correct, Noreen?
That is my understanding of the budget bill.
So I think,
sure. But she's not
yeah,
sure.
Well, we have to, LCO is our, that's who we go to when we have these questions. So I think that Senator Martin is correct. That we should vote this bill out of committee. It has to go to appropriations anyways. I mean, it's going to go there from screening. We are sending it to the floor. That's going to go to floor screening. They're going to send it off to appropriations. So
Well,
as you know,
Madam Chair, then I'm going to move, instead of it going to the floor, that we move it directly to the Appropriations Committee. I'll make that
Senator
motion.
Martin, the concern that we've in the past is that, was that an actual official move? Because
Yeah, I think that's what we need to do in order for us to accomplish what we'd like to accomplish here. I think we're all in agreement that the ombudsman position should be out of DCF, just so that it's perfectly clear that there is a separation of, if someone can go talk to the ombudsman without any fear that this ombudsman is beholden to its superiors, right, being the DCF as a whole. So I think we're all in agreement with that. Now it's a question of the transfer of the funds, and I don't want to see us transferring over a group of individuals over to the child advocacy office. They are pressed to, like most agencies, they are maxed out. And I think if we transfer over those group of individuals, we're just adding an extreme amount of a burden to that agency, particularly in light of the limited budget that everybody's operating on at right now. And it only makes sense for us to transfer money from DCF that is equivalent to whoever is moving over from the DCF to the ombudsman. Now, with that said, is if that doesn't happen, then all this should go away. We cannot transfer this group of people on over to the Office of Child Advocacy. We just can't do that. So I'm making a motion that we approve this with the condition that this is being JF to the, not to the floor, but it's going to be transferred over to the Appropriations Committee. And if they are willing to do that, then we got ourselves a bill.
okay, so there's a motion before us. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, I would like to ask LCO if we have, if we send this directly to appropriations, am I correct that it then does not receive a fiscal note?
That's
Madam Chair,
correct.
point of order. Can I just point of order?
Yes,
for a second?
Senator.
I
course.
think we already had a motion on the table, and we have to resolve that, and then before we take another motion. So I think the strategy would be that we withdraw the motion, and the person who withdraws the second as well, and then we bring the new motion in.
No, I beg to differ, Senator Anwar. I have a right to amend the motion, which I just did. And then we need to have a discussion on this amendment. And if it passes, then we can move back to the amended motion, or the original motion amended. If we do not, if it fails, then we're right back to the original motion.
So Senator Martin's motion is an amendment to the original motion to JFS. This would be a motion to amend to JFS to approps.
Okay, then I'll second it. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Senator Anwar.
thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll on the amendment? Let's be very clear, everybody. This is the amendment to change it from JFSing to the floor, instead JFSing it to approach.
And then, excuse me, Madam Chair, but then at that point, we all can go talk to the appropriation chairs or chairman, vice chairs, and the rankings and let them know, gee, this is what we're thinking, everybody. We'd like to have your support.
Sure, if that is what each individual legislator feels, sure.
Sure.
Mr. Clerk?
Representative Linehan,
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Bradley,
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Representative Dauphinais,
Rep. Dauphinais votes yes.
Senator Martin,
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Boyd, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg. Representative Green.
Representative Green votes yes.
Representative Lanu. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Senator Moore. Thank you.
Thank you much. Now it is amended that we'll bring it sent to the floor. Is there any further, or rather to approves? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll? Now, just a reminder that we are now voting on the bill as amended.
Representative Linehan.
Representative Linehan votes no.
Senator Anwar.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. I just want to clarify. We have already sent the bill to the appropriation, right?
Right, and now we're voting to have the bill be voted out of committee to be sent to appropriations. So now on the underlying bill, which is the same, it's just now being sent to appropriations rather than the floor.
Coming together, okay. All right. It's a little slow. I wanted to ask, but I think I may have been delayed. So I'm just gonna say yes, but I wanted to clarify something, but I'm
Thank you.
Representative Wieland.
Representative Wieland votes yes.
Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes no.
Representative Dauphinais.
Rep. Dauphinais votes yes.
Senator Martin.
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes no.
Representative Foster.
Representative Foster votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg. Representative Green.
Representative Green votes yes.
Representative Lanu.
Representative Lanu got kicked off and he's trying to get on. I just wanted to let you know. I'm sorry, he was trying to get on during the amendment as well.
Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes no.
Senator Moore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a reminder, votes are open until 5 o'clock or until experts have voted. And I believe that's all. Thank you very much. It does say announcement of time and date for next meeting, but we don't have one, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. This is our JF deadline. I know that Senator Anwar and I had given some big thanks and superlatives to all the members of this committee, as well as our staff at the beginning, but we will, I'm just going to say once again, thank you all very, very much. We do great work here on the Committee on Children, and we do have a few bills that we're going to continue to work on, and I really look forward to having us all work together on those and anything else that we can here on the committee. Just a reminder that I did mention during our last public hearing that the is to work on some information going out to local school districts regarding ice cream truck safety. This is not something we are legislating. It is just some information that's coming out of the committee, and whether or not schools want to share it, that's on them. We don't have to legislate anything we do here. That will be put together as coming officially, and then we will share that with all of our members to decide want to share that in any fashion that you see fit. Senator Anwar, any closing statements?
No, just want to thank again each and everyone for the time and sharing their efforts to do the right thing for our children in our state and for our state. It's truly a pleasure to work with each and every one. So want to thank everyone for their work, our LCOs, our Office of Legislative Research, ranking members, each member in the committee, and of course you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. It's so great working with you, Senator. I appreciate you so much. Senator Martin, because you were not here at the beginning of the meeting, did you want to say a few words as we close the meeting?
Sure. First, Pete, I need to get right off very quickly here and get back to my other meeting, but I will get back in touch with you regarding the votes. But staff, thank you so much for all your help. It's a very extremely valuable in helping us make hopefully the right decision for the children that we are sort of guarding with our responsibility as committee members of this committee. So, but thank you so much for your guidance and your expertise in your line of work. Pete, thank you so much for keeping us on track with our meetings, and your staff and holding all of this together, making sure that we get all the emails or the links that we need to get on these meetings. And I know it takes us some time to find the link sometimes, at least for me anyway, but we finally, we eventually do find the links and get on these meetings. But Madam Chair, thank you so much. And along with Senator Anwar and Mary, Representative Wielander, thank you so much for what you guys do. You guys, I think, carry a lot of the water in putting these bills together. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't agree, but that's what we're here to do, to try to craft the best piece of legislation that we possibly can. So, but thank you as well for what you guys have done. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Senator. And you said it very well. And like we said in the beginning, we work together and we still like each other and we're doing good things for kids. And that's really what people need to know. So thank you so much. Representative Lanu, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as you were calling the amendment to SB 871, my computer died. I'm currently on my iPhone. I would like to be recorded in the affirmative on that amendment, if I may.
I have you marked down, Representative Lanu, as the affirmative on the amendment. And can you tell me how you vote on the bill as amended?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. Reminder that this is my final time saying it this year. Votes are held open until 5 o'clock or until all the members have voted, whichever comes first. Thank you all so much for your commitment to kids. I appreciate you all, and hopefully we'll see you guys on the floor sometime.
Right.
We are in recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Senator Bradley, yes. I
Yes,
have
yes.
votes missing for you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Comey, Senator Martin left, and I got Lanu. Okay, so Senator Bradley, I need you for House Bill 6507.
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Representative Comey,
Yes.
I need you for Senate Bill 2.
Representative Comey votes yes.
I need you for House Bill 6567.
I vote yes. Comey votes yes.
5698.
Representative Comey votes yes.
And that is everything. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for everything, Peter.
Have a
Great
great day.
job. You too.
Good morning, Senator. Oh, I cannot hear you. Oh, you're muted.
I said you forgot me Friday. I missed all the votes, huh?
On Friday? Yeah.
In the future, if someone would just let me know that the vote, how, the votes are closed and I had all kinds of meetings.
Will do, Senator. I am sorry about that. Are you ready to vote on today's agenda?
I am.
Senate Bill 2,
Yes,
House Bill 6567,
yes.
Senate Bill 985,
What is that one?
one second, let me grab the agenda.
Okay, there he is. ¿Escuela bíblica? Sí. Hola, buenas tardes. Soy uno de los miembros del Comité de Finanzas. Soy residente de Uganda. Soy miembro de...
It is an act concerning children's health, one of the dummy bills.
You never found anything to put in it?
I believe they're going to put the tobacco 21 language in it.
I'm sorry, okay,
The flavored vape language from last year.
okay,
Ask the committee.
all right, yes.
5698.
You want to read the bills for me, just because I don't know the numbers, I don't have.
No worries. It's an act concerning the collection and reporting of adverse childhood experiences data.
Yes,
Senate Bill 651 is Senator Bradley's municipal contributions to Connecticut Higher Education Trust accounts.
yes,
6507 is the maternal choice in the event of stillbirth and removal of.
Yeah.
And then on the final bill, they voted to amend it to send it to appropriations instead of the floor. So it's an act concerning the Office of the Department of Child's Families Ombudsman to appropriations, not the floor.
they sent it to appropriations
Yes.
to create that position?
So they're sending it to appropes because the bill states that they're going to move the funds from DCF over to OCA with the ombudsman, but because of the way we can't put it in the bill, so they're sending it there with the hopes that appropes will just move the funds themselves instead of the floor.
I don't remember having that discussion on that one, so,
Actually, Senator Martin just jumped in to vote, and I'm sure he can explain why they're sending it to appropes as opposed to the floor. This happened in the meeting.
oh, okay, all right.
Hello, Senator. You're muted, Senator Martin.
Sorry, guys. Hi, Marilyn.
Hi, how are you?
I just caught the tail end of that. Pete, you want me to explain the amendment?
Yes, why we're sending it to appropes.
Yeah, so the bill as presented was not transferring the funds over from DCF with the ombudsman. And if there's 2 or 3 people with the ombudsman, that whole sort of, I'll call it a little department, it was not transferring the funds. In screening, I think everybody's on board regarding, keeping or moving the ombudsman from underneath the umbrella of DCF and moving them over to the Office of Child Advocacy. But what I brought up in screening was, listen, we just can't move over 3. I don't know exactly how many people, but let's say 3 as an example. We just can't move over 3 without moving over the funding that is underneath the DCF and give it to the Child Advocacy Office where they're going. So that was left out of the bill. LCO made comments that we really couldn't do that. That's how I understood it, that we couldn't do it as a committee And we needed to go lobby, I guess, after the fact and go to the appropriations and say, listen, this is what we did in children's. So, but we really need for you to go move that funding over from, take it from DCF and move it over. What I did was I said, Liz wanted to move it right to the floor and then move it to the floor to the appropriations. And I said, listen, I think we should just very quickly just move it over to appropriations. If they say no, then the bill's dead, right? But if they say yes, then it'll come back to the floor and then we can have a lobby for it to have, you know, floor time at that point. So that's what the amendment did, was basically just simply move the bill from going to the floor directly and moved it over to appropriations.
Okay.
Okay.
But you don't know how many people they're talking that.
No, we didn't know that.
But it is necessary to get the money over there.
Pardon me?
It is necessary to move the money.
Oh, I think it is. If I was Sarah Egan and I had 3 people coming over from another department, what am I supposed to do? Tap into my budget and pay for those services? Those resources? I know I would be up in arms about it.
Okay.
You know, they are already maxed out the way it is right now, and here we're going to place 3 additional people into their budget. I didn't feel it was right that we did that without the appropriate funding to go along with it. You know, I like the idea that this is long overdue, but without the adequate funding, then I don't think we should be doing that. That's my feeling anyway.
All right. Thank you, Henry.
You're welcome. Marilyn, do you have to vote? I know I missed some votes.
Oh, Peter?
Yes, Senator Moore.
Then I'm a yes.
All right, that is everything else I needed you on. You are all.
Thank you.
Bye, Marilyn.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Senator Martin, we need you on everything except the last bill. So Senate Bill 2.
I am a no on that. There's a lot of things that need to be worked out on that.
Okay. House Bill 6567.
That's the placeholder, right?
I believe it was one of them. Yes.
Yeah, just to flag it, I'm going to say no.
Okay. How about Senate Bill 985? It was another placeholder.
Yeah, there's some confusion on that one, right?
They added JFS language, and I believe it is the flavored. It's not the flavored vape ban. I believe it's the tobacco in 21.
Yeah, and that's like prohibiting the sales of tobacco products to any minor or 21-year-old or less. But if I guess this 21-year-old is able to walk into the facility or store, it would basically ban that. Is that the way I read it? So I'm going to be a no on that, just because that's like there's too many stores, I guess, that would be affected by that. I'm a no on 4 as well. And the municipal contribution, I'm a no. That's 5. Item 5.
And then
Yes.
just 507.
Yeah, I'm a yes on number 6.
Okay. And then for everything, you are all set.
Peter, thank you again.
You're welcome, Senator.
All right. Stay well.
Representative Boyd. Yeah.
These this Monday meetings throwing me off. Let me pull up the agenda.
Same here. I woke up like in the middle of the night, kind of in a cold sweat, doing the did I forget anything? What's going on? I'm coming up on a Monday. It just messes with you.
Yeah, no, this totally threw me off, and I had a bunch of scheduled other meetings today. So,
Yeah.
did we skip anything, or did we go through 1 through 7? I have the agenda on the screen.
1 through 7, but we did amend the last bill.
Okay.
So just so you're aware, we are not sending 871 to the floor. We are sending it to appropriates instead.
Okay. So I'll just get on the list then. SB2 is a no.
Yep.
6567 is a yes. 985 is a yes. 5698, yes. 651 is Bradley's bill, right?
Yes.
Yes. 6507, and that actually is that's JFS language, right? It took the whole placenta part out.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a yes. And then the ombudsman 871, yes, as amended.
To appropriates. Got it. All right, you're all set.
All right, you're the man, Peter.
Have a good day.
See ya.
Hello, Representative.
Good afternoon.
How are you? All right, so I just need you on everything. We'll start with Senate Bill 2.
Representative Luxembourg votes yes on Senate Bill 2.
Awesome. 6567,
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
985,
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
5698,
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
651,
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
6507.
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
Okay, and on the last bill, they did amend it. They're sending it to approps and not the floor. So
Okay.
one as amended.
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
All right, thank you so much, Representative. Have a great day and see you tomorrow.
See you later. Thanks again.
Have a good one.
Bye.